is called Bedtime. Bedtime, and it is a classic creepypasta. So if you have not subscribed, please subscribe and like this video. Smash that like button and share it. And if you like, I have created a creepypasta playlist that you can go and listen to as many creepypastas as you would like. So, without further ado, make sure that you've gotten your water, brushed your teeth, washed your face, gotten into your PJs, taken your medication, set your alarm, charged your phone, plug that baby in. And here we go. Part 1, the beginning. So bedtime is supposed to be a happy event for a tired child. For me, it was terrifying. While some children might complain about being put to bed before they have finished watching their favorite film or playing their favorite video game, when I was a child, nighttime was something to truly fear. Somewhere in the back of my mind, it still is. As someone who is trained in the sciences, I cannot prove what happened to me was objectively real, but I can swear that what I experienced was genuine horror. A fear in which my life, I'm glad to say, has been equaled. I will relate it to you all now as best as I can. Make of it what you will, but I will be glad to just get it off my chest. I can't remember exactly the date that it started, but my apprehension towards falling asleep seemed to correspond with me being moved into a room of my own. I was 8 years old at the time, and until then I had shared a room, quite happily I might add, with my older brother. But as it is perfectly understandable for a boy 5 years my senior, my brother eventually wished for a room of his own, and as a result, I was given the room at the back of the house. It was a small, narrow, yet oddly elongated room, large enough for a bed and a couple of chests of drawers, but not much. I couldn't really explain the complaint I had because even at that age I understood that we did not have a large house, and I had no real cause to be disappointed. As my family was both loving and caring, it was a happy childhood during the day. A solitary window looked out onto our back garden. Nothing out of the ordinary, really, but even during the day, the light which crept into that room seemed almost hesitant. As my brother was given a new bed, I was given the bunk air beds which we used to share. While I was upset about sleeping on my own, I was excited at the thought of being able to sleep in the top bunk, which seemed far more adventurous. first night, I remember a strange feeling of unease creeping slowly from the back of my mind. I lay on the top bunk, staring down at my action figures and cars strewn across the green-blue carpet. As imaginary battles and adventures took place between the toys on the floor, I couldn't help but feel that my eyes were being slowly drawn towards the bottom bunk, as if something was moving in the corner of my eye, something which did not wish to be seen. The bunk was empty, impeccably made, with the dark blue blanket tucked in neatly. Particularly, it covered two rather bland white pillows. I didn't think anything at the time. I was a child, and the noise slipping under my door from my parents' television bathed me in a warm sense of safety and well-being. I fell asleep. When you awaken from a deep sleep to something moving or stirring, it can take a few moments for you to truly understand what is happening. The fog of sleep hangs over your eyes and ears when you are even lucid. Something was moving. There was no doubt about that. At first, I wasn't sure what it was. Everything was dark, almost pitch black. But there was enough light creeping in from outside to outline that narrowly suffocating room. Two thoughts appeared in my mind almost simultaneously. The first was that my parents were in bed because the rest of the house lay both in darkness and silence. The second thought turned to the noise, a noise which had obviously woken me. As the last cobwebs of sleep withered from my mind, the noise took on a more familiar form. Sometimes the simplest of sounds can be the most unnerving. A cold wind whistled through a tree outside, a neighbor's footsteps uncomfortably close, or in this case, the simple sound of bed sheets rustling in the dark. That was it. Bed sheets rustling in the dark, as if some disturbed sleeper was attempting to get all too comfortable in the bottom bunk. I lay there in disbelief, thinking that the noise was either my imagination or perhaps just my pet cat finding somewhere comfortable to spend the night. It was then that I noticed my door shut as it had been as I'd fallen asleep. Perhaps my mother had checked in on me and the cat had snuck into my room. Yes, that must have been it. I turned to face the wall, closed my eyes in the vain hope that I could fall back asleep. As I moved, the rustling noise from underneath me ceased. I thought that I must have disturbed my cat, but quickly I realized that the visitor in the bottom bunk was much less mundane than my pet trying to sleep, and much more sinister. As if alerted to and disgruntled by my presence, the disturbed sleeper began to toss and turn violently, like a child having a tantrum in their own bed. I could hear the sheets twist and turn subtle sense of unease I had experienced earlier, but now potent and terrifying. My heart raced as my eyes panicked, scanning the almost impenetrable darkness. I let out a cry. As most young boys do, I instinctively shouted out for my mother. I could hear something stir on the other side of the house, but as I began to breathe a sigh of relief that my parents were coming to save me, the bunk beds suddenly started to shake violently as if gripped by an earthquake. Scraping against the wall, I could hear the sheets below me thrashing around as if tormented by malice. I did not want to jump down to safety as I feared the thing in the bottom bunk would reach out and grab me, pulling me into darkness. So I stayed put, white knuckles clenching my own blanket like a shroud of protection. The wait seemed like an eternity. The door finally and thankfully burst open, and I lay bathed in light, while the bottom bunk, the resting place of my unwanted visitor, lay empty and peaceful. I cried in my mother's arms, and she consoled me. Tears of fear, followed by relief, streamed down my face. Yet through all of the horror and relief, I did not tell her why I was so upset. I can't explain it really, but it was as though whatever had been in that bunk would return, even if I so much as spoke of it, or uttered a single syllable of its existence. Whether that was the truth or not, I don't know. But as a child, I felt as if that unseen menace remained close to me, listening. My mother lay in the empty bunk, promising to stay there until morning. Eventually, my anxiety diminished. Tiredness pushed me back towards sleep, but I remained restless, waking several times momentarily to the sound of rustling bed sheets. I remember the next day wanting to go anywhere, be anywhere, but in that narrow, suffocating room. It was a Saturday, and I played outside quite happily with my friends. Although our house was not a large house, we were lucky to have a long, sloping garden in the back. We played there often, and as much of it was overgrown as we could hide in the bushes, climb in the huge sycamore tree which towered above all else, and easily imagine ourselves in the throes of a grand adventure in some untamed, exotic land. As fun as this all was, occasionally my eye would turn to that small window, ordinary, slight, and innocuous. But for me, that thin boundary was a looking glass into a strange, cold pocket of dread. Outside, the lush green surroundings of our garden filled with the smiling faces of my friends could not extinguish the creepy feeling clawing its way up my spine. Each hair standing on end, the feeling of something in that room may sound strange to you, but the time my parents ushered me back into that room for the night, I said nothing. I did not protest. I didn't even make an excuse as to why I couldn't sleep there. I simply and sullenly walked into that room, climbed the few steps into the top bunk, and then waited. As an adult, I would be telling everyone about my experience, but even at that age, I felt almost silly to be talking about something which I really had no evidence for. Which really was disappointing to me. Not having any evidence, I was hoping that my mother would find something. Don't we all? So basically, I would be lying, however, if I said this was my primary reason. I still felt that this thing would be enraged if I so much as spoke of its existence. It's funny how certain words can remain hidden from your mind, no matter how blatant or obvious they are. One word came to me that second night, lying there in the darkness alone, frightened, aware of a rotten change in the atmosphere. Believe it or not, things got worse. Oddly, because we know they never do, right? So as I laid there, feeling the thickening of the air as if someone had displaced it, I heard the first casual twists of the bed sheets below. The first anxious increase of my heart beat at the realization that something was once again in the bottom bunk. That word, a word which had been sent into exile, filtered up through my consciousness, breaking free of all repression, gasping for air, screaming, etching and carving itself into my mind. Ghost, apparition, demon, whatever. This was not something that was alive. At this thought came to me, I noticed that my unwelcome visitor had ceased moving. The bed sheets lay calm and dormant, but they had been replaced by something far more hideous. A slow, rhythmic, rasping breath heaved and escaped from the thing below. I could imagine its chest rising and falling with each sword, wheezing and garbled breath. I shuddered and hoped, beyond all hope, that it would leave without occurrence. The house lay as it had the previous night. In a thick blanket of darkness, silence prevailed, all but the perverted breath of my as yet unseen bunk mate. I lay there terrified. I just wanted this thing to leave me alone. What did it want? Then something unmistakably chilling transpired. unrestrained, without purpose, almost animalistic. The movement, however, was driven by awareness with purpose, with a goal in mind. For that thing lying there in the darkness, that thing which seemed intent on terrorizing a young boy, calmly and nonchalantly sat up. Its labored breathing had become louder, as now only a mattress and a few flimsy wooden slats separated my body from the unearthly breath below. I lay there. Fear raptured my body, my eyes filled with tears. A fear which mere words cannot relate to you or anyone else. Coursed through my veins. I would not have believed that this fear could have been heightened. Oh, but I was so wrong. I imagined that what this thing would look like, sitting there listening from below my mattress, hoping to catch the slightest hint that I was awake. Imagination then turned to an unnerving reality. This thing began to touch the wooden slats which my mattress sat on. It seemed to caress them carefully, running what I imagined to be fingers and hands across the surface of the wood. Then with great force it prodded angrily between the two slats into the mattress, even through the padding. It felt as though someone had viciously stuck their fingers into my side. I let out an almighty cry, and the wheezing, shaking, and moving thing in the bunk below replied in kind of by violently vibrating the bunk as it had done the night before. Small flakes of paint powdered onto my blanket from the wall as the frame of the bed scraped along it, backwards and forwards. Once again I was bathed in light, and there stood my mother, loving, caring as she always was, with a comforting hug and calming words, which eventually subdued my hysteria. Of course she asked what was wrong, but I could not tell her. I dare not say. I simply said one word over and over and over again. Nightmare, nightmare. It was a nightmare. But they became more like night terrors. The pattern of events continued for weeks, months. Night after night, I would awaken to the sound of rustling sheets, the groaning and grunting and disgusting sounds coming from the bottom bunk. Each time I would scream so as not to provide this abomination with time to prod and feel for me. With each cry, the bed would shake violently, stomping with the arrival of my mother, who would spend the rest of the night in the bottom bunk. Seemingly unaware of the sinister force torturing her son nightly. Along the way, I managed to feign illness a few times and come up with other less than truthful reasons for sleeping in my parents' bed. But more often than not, I would be alone for the first few hours of each night in that room. The room where the light from outside did not sit right. Alone with that thing. See, with time desensitized to almost anything. No matter how horrific, I had come to realize that for whatever reason, this thing could not harm me when my mother was present. I am sure the same would have been said for my father, but as loving as he was, waking him from sleep was almost impossible. After a few months, I had grown accustomed to my nightly visitor. Do not mistake this for some unearthly friendship. I detested the thing. I still fear it greatly, and I could almost sense its desires and its personality, if you can even call it that. One filled with a perverted and twisted hatred, yet longing for me, of perhaps all things. My greatest fears were realized in the winter. The days grew short, and the longer nights merely provided this wretched thing with more opportunities. It was a difficult time for my family. My grandmother, a wonderful, kind, and gentle woman, had deteriorated greatly since the death of my grandfather. My mother was trying her best to keep her in the community as long as possible. However, dementia is a cruel, degenerative illness, robbing a person of their memories one day at a time. Soon she recognized none of us, and it became clear she would need to be moved from her house to a nursing home. Before she could be moved, my grandmother had particularly difficult few nights, and my mother decided that she would stay with her. As much as I love my grandmother and I felt nothing but anguish at her illness, to this day I feel guilty that my first thoughts were not of my grandmother. But what my nightly visitor may do, should it become aware of my mother's absence from the house. I know, it's selfish, but I was terrified. Her presence being the one thing I was sure was protecting me from the full horror of this thing's reach. I rushed home from school that day and immediately wrenched the bed sheets and mattress from the lower bunk, removing all of the slats and placed an old desk, a chest of drawers, and some chairs, which we kept in a cupboard where the bottom bunk used to be. I told my father I was making an office, which he found adorable, but I would be damned if I'd give that thing a place to sleep for one more night. As darkness quickly approached, I lay there knowing my mother was not in the house. I did not know what to do. My only impulse was to sneak into her jewelry box and take a small family crucifix, which I had seen there before. While my family was not very religious at that age, I still believed in God and hoped that somehow this would protect me. Although fear and anxious while gripping the crucifix under my pillow tightly in one hand, sleep eventually came, and as I drifted off to dreamland, I hoped I would awaken in the morning without incident. Unfortunately, that night was the most terrifying night of my life. I woke gradually. The room was once again dark. As my eyes adjusted, I could gradually make out the window and the door and the walls, some toys on a shelf, and even to this day I shuddered to think of it, for there was no noise, no rustling of sheets, no movement at all. The room felt lifeless. Lifeless, not empty. There's a difference. The nightly visitor, that unwelcome, wheezing, hate-filled thing which had terrorized me night after night, was not in the bottom bunk. It had taken up residence in my bunk. Well, I wasn't expecting that to happen. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. Utter terror. Utter terror. Went through my body, and the shake and the very sound from my vocal cords. I lay motionless. If I could not scream, I did not want to let it know I was awake. I had not yet seen it. I could only feel it. It was obscured under my blanket. I could see its outline. And I could feel its presence, but I dare not look. The weight of it pressed down on top of me, a sensation I will never forget. When I say that hours passed, I do not exaggerate. Laying there motionless in the darkness, I was every bit as scared and frightened as any young boy would be. If it had been during the summer months, it would have been light by then. But the grasp of winter is long and unrelenting, and I knew it would be hours before sunrise, a sunrise which I yearned for. I was a timid child by nature, but I reached a breaking point. One moment where I could wait no more, where I could survive under this intimately deviant abomination no longer. Fear is a funny thing. Fear can sometimes wear you out, make you threadbare, a shell of nerves, leaving only the slightest trace of you behind. I had to get out of that bed. Then I remembered the crucifix. My hand still lay underneath the pillow, but it was empty. I slowly moved my wrist around to find it, minimizing as best I could the sound and vibrations caused, but it could not be found. I had either knocked it off the top bunk or it had it. I could not even bear to think of it been taken from my hand while I was sleeping. Without that crucifix, I lost any sense of hope. Hope was gone. Even at such a young age, you can be acutely aware of what death is and intensely frightened of it. I knew I was going to die in that bed if I lay there, dormant, passive, doing nothing. I had to leave the room behind. But how? Should I leap from the bed and hope I make it to the door? What if it is faster than me, or should I slowly slip out of the top bunk, hoping to not disturb my uncanny bed pillow? Realizing that it had not stirred when I moved, trying to find the crucifix, I began to have the strangest of thoughts. What if it was asleep? It hadn't so much as breathed since I had woken up. Perhaps it was actually resting, believing that now with me under it, pinned against my mattress, with no mother to protect me. Maybe it was holding up, savoring its victory into the last possible moment, like a wild animal toys with its prey, savoring not just what it's going to taste like, but the sheer fear it creates for the weaker animal. I tried to breathe as shallowly as possible, and mustering every ounce of courage I could, I reached over slowly with my right hand, and I began to peel the blanket off of me. What I found under the covers almost stopped my heart. I did not see it, but as my hand moved the blanket, it brushed against something smooth and cold, something which felt unmistakably like a gaunt hand. I held my breath in terror, as I was sure it must now have known that I was awake. But nothing. It did not stir. It felt dead. After a few moments, I placed my hand carefully further down the blanket and felt a thin, poorly formed forearm. My confidence and, almost twisted sense of curiosity increased. As I moved down further to a disproportionately larger bicep muscle, the arm was outstretched, lying across my chest, with the hand resting on my left shoulder as if it had grabbed me in my sleep. I realized that I would have to move this cadaverous appendage if I even so much as hoped to escape its grasp. For some reason, the feeling of torn, ragged clothing on the shoulder of this nighttime invader stopped me in my tracks. Fear raged and swelled in my stomach and in my chest as I recoiled my hand in disgust at the touch of strangled, oily hair. I could not bring myself to touch its face, although I wondered to this very day what it would have felt like. Dear God, it moved. It was subtle, but its grip on my shoulder and across my body strengthened. But no tears came. But God, how I wanted to cry. As its hands and arms slowly coiled around me, my right leg brushed along the cool wall which the bed lay against. Of all that happened to me in that room, this was the strangest. I realized that this clutching, rancid thing which drew great delight from violating a young boy's bed was not entirely on top of me. It was sticking out from the wall like a spider striking from its lair. Suddenly its grip moved from a slow tightening to a sudden squeeze. It pulled and clawed at my clothes as if frightened that the opportunity would soon pass. I fought against voice returned to me, yelling and screaming, but no one came. Then I realized why it was so eager to suddenly strike, why this thing had to have me now through my window, that window which seemed to represent so much malice from outside, street hope. The first rays of sunshine glared through. I struggled further, knowing that if I could just hold on, it would soon be gone. I fought for my life. The unearthly parasite shifted, slowly pulling itself from under the blanket, wheezing, coughing, rasping. I do not remember its features. I simply remember its breath against my face. It was foul and cold as ice. As the sun broke over the horizon, that dark place, that suffocating room of contempt was washed, bathed in sunlight. I passed out as its scrawny fingers encircled my neck, squeezing the very life from me. I awoke to my father offering to make me some breakfast. A wonderful sight indeed. I had survived the most horrible experience of my life until then, and to this day. I moved the bed away from the wall, leaving the furniture behind. I had believed would stop that thing from taking a bed. Little did I think that it would try to take mine and me. Weeks passed without incident, yet on one cold frostbitten night I awoke to the sound of the furniture where the bunk beds used to be vibrating violently. In a moment it passed. I lay there, sure I could hear a distant wheezing coming from deep within the wall, finally fading into the distance. I have never told anyone this story before. To this day, I still break out in a cold sweat at the sound of bed sheets rustling in the night, or a wheeze brought on by a common cold, and I certainly never sleep with my bed against the wall. Call it superstition if you will, but as I said, I am a scientist now, and I cannot discount conventional explanations such as sleep paralysis, hallucinations, or that of an overactive imagination. But what I can say is this. The following year, I was given a larger room on the other side of the house as my parents took that strangely suffocating, elongated place as their bedroom. They said they didn't need a large room, just one big enough for a bed and a few things. They lasted 10 days. We moved on the 11th. Part 2. I must say, after writing my account of a horrific experience I had as an 8-year-old child, many have encouraged me to speak about the aftermath. I've been hesitant to do so as I've felt unsettled since I broke my silence. Oddly, sleep has not come easy to me the last few nights. My skepticism, however, remains resilient, and as such I will tell of what I experienced in the other room. This won't be as long as what occurred only took place over a few days, but that was more than enough for me. Now, if you nightly visitor left me, I was moved into another room. A year later, the room was much larger than the previous room and had a warm, welcoming atmosphere to it. Some places just have bad energy. They feel bad. I don't know what it is. It's nothing specific. It's just a feeling. I can't explain it. The room felt foul that I had previously been in, but this one did not. Thankfully, I was given a normal bed. The previous one was taken apart and thrown out. A welcome sight, I must say. I loved my new room. I enjoyed the space for all my toys. I was happy that the place was large enough to have my friends drop by. But most of all, I was relieved to just be out of that uneasy, foreboding part of the house. So on the first night, I slept more soundly than I had in a long time. Of course, I still moved my bed several feet from the wall, just in case. I told my mother that I and my friends liked to use the gap between the bed and wall as a hiding place when we played hide and seek. I woke the next day feeling refreshed and relaxed. I felt like a kid again as I lay there watching some of my favorite cartoons on a small portable television. I noticed something odd. An old dark brown armchair which had been there always. It always had been. Sat at the foot of my bed, large and looming. It was frayed and worn, having been given to us as a part of a suite by my cousin. But it had been used many times even by then. The chair itself was not unusual, but what unsettled me was that I could have sworn that before I had went to sleep, the chair had been facing away from the bed. Now in the cold, cruel light of day, the chair was clearly facing me. I assumed one of my parents had moved it while I slept, probably looking for something which had been there, left before we switched rooms. As you can see, I'm a very logical thinker, so the first thing that comes to my mind is something logical. However, the second night was not as restful. It was around 11 p.m. and I could hear my parents' television on the other side of the house. The room was largely in darkness. The only illumination, an orange hue drifting through my house from the street lights outside. I lay there content until I heard something quiet, yet unmistakably familiar. At first I thought it was the sound of my own breathing, exhaling, inhaling as I rested, but when I stopped for a moment, the quiet, almost inaudible sound of someone else in the room breathing in and out did not cease. It continued rhythmically and without pause. I lay there in the darkness, but while I was still recovering from the terror instilled in me from my experiences in my previous bedroom, I was not entirely afraid. The breathing was so distant and unlike wheezing that had happened before, and that I had heard during my encounter with that other thing in the wall. I remained calm. Even at the early age, I believed that it was so subtle that it was was probably my imagination playing tricks on me. No. Still, I took no chances. I stepped out of bed, walked across the room, and turned the light on. The sound disappeared. I stared at that old, worn armchair facing the foot of my bed, which was within reaching distance of where I slept, and I turned it around to face the other way. I had no real reason to do so, but something about it, sitting there, filled me with dread. The third night, I was not so fearless. Again, I woke in darkness. Lying on my back, I stared up at the ceiling, which seemed happily absorbed the dim orange light from the street. The tree outside my window swayed in a calm breeze, casting a strange collection of improbable moving shadows across the room. I could hear nothing but the long and distant hum of the city's night traffic. Just as I began to drift back into sleep, I heard it. A creak from the bottom of my bed, as if something had moved or shifted its weight on the floor. Damn. I raised my head, peering through the darkness, but I saw nothing strange. Everything sat as it had done throughout the day. Nothing was out of place. I cast my gaze across the room. Some comics on the floor, a few boxes which had to still be unpacked. The armchair, unmoved, still facing away from the bottom of my bed. Nothing sinister here. However, I was not fully awake, glancing over at my television, considering whether or not to enjoy some late-night TV, for company. I'd have to keep the volume low, of course, as my older brother would hear it in the next room and no doubt tell me to turn it off. Just as I sat up fully in bed, I heard it again, a low creak, accompanied by a sound. The sound, the slightest movements. I looked again at the room. The dim orange shadows cast by the leaves hanging by my window now took on a more menacing form. But I still saw no reason to be afraid. I stared at the chair at the end of my bed and saw nothing unusual about it. It's quite common for the mind to take a moment to fully come to terms with what it is seeing. You see, it takes time to pull the full horror of what is in front of you together into a moment of cold, bitter realization. Yes, I was staring at that old, worn armchair in the dark, but it was also staring at me. There was a person sitting in it. In the dim light, I could only see the outline at the back of its head, the rest obscured by the spine of the chair. I sat motionless, staring, praying, hoping that my eyes were being misled by their surroundings. The slow creak of movement as it shifted in its battered throne chilled me to my very core. This was no mere trick of the dark. Then it shifted onto its right side. I knew what it was doing. It was turning to look at me. Difficult to make out, for even in that room, it seemed darker than anything else around it. I saw what looked like a collection of long fingers slipped over the crest of the chair and then another. The room completely silent except for the sound of this thing shuffling in its seat and the crash of my racing heart thundering against my chest and in my ears and pounding in my head. At first I could only make out the outline of its forehead. But then it began to rise up, revealing 2 pinpoints of light in the dark recesses of its deeply set eye sockets. Not only were his eyes glowing, they were staring at me. I screamed, and with a moment my brother and mother came into the room, switching the light on, asking if I had another bad dream. I sat there speechless, barely acknowledging them staring intently at the now empty chair. I was only in that room for another few days before we suddenly moved. I saw nothing for the remaining nights except for my last sleep in the room, where I woke to the warm air of something breathing into my ear. I jumped out of bed, turning the light on. The slow rhythmic breath of something unseen remained louder than before. I spent the rest of that night on the couch in the living room. 2 years later, I slept soundly in my bed. In our new house, there had been no other incidences. I was sure I had left behind whatever entity had plagued me in that little average suburban home. I was, however, left with one parting gift. My tormentors, and in my opinion, the watcher in that armchair was a different entity to the thing in the elongated room. Had one last surprise in store for little old me. Like an animal claiming its territory, I was not entirely out with their grasp. For one last terrifying moment, I felt the presence of those things. I lay there sound asleep 2 years since any horrifying experiences. I was in the throes of a nightmare and suddenly happily found myself awake, safe and sound in my bed. However, the room was darker than usual. But I breathed a sigh of relief, as one does when waking from a nightmare and realizing you're alone. But, like I said, the room was oddly dark. I could see nothing at all, as if someone had snuffed out the light. I chuckled to myself, realizing that I must have pulled my blanket up over my face while sleeping. The cotton blanket felt cool against me, but the air was a little too warm. Stifling would be the word. Just as I was about to remove the blanket for some air, I heard it. I heard it for the last time. I would hear it. The rhythmic breathing of the watcher at the end of my bed. Fear gripped me, imprisoned me, followed by a surge of anger and desperation. Why could I not be left alone? Perhaps this thing did not mean to harm me. Maybe it was unaware of the terror it was causing. Surely a young boy deserved some mercy. As the breathing grew louder and closer, I began to cry. I could feel its presence on the other side of the blanket, its breath hanging over me like a stagnant wind. Through the tears, I uttered 2 words. Words which surely would put an end to all of this. Please stop. Then the breathing began to change. It became more animated, quicker somehow. I could hear something shuffling next to me, standing close by. The breathing then moved first back to the foot of my bed and then slowly across the room to the door into the hallway, and then it was gone. Just gone. Half crying, half elated, I lay in the still darkness, my face still covered by the blanket. You may consider this a victory of some sort, but I do not. If those things were real, I know now beyond a shadow of a doubt that their intentions were not misconstrued. They were twisted, sick, filled with malice. I would normally never use such a word to describe anything, but it's as close to evil as I hope I ever come. How do I know that? I'll tell you how. Moments after that thing seemed to have left the house, something pressed forcefully down on top of me, pushing the blanket with great strength against my face. I could feel a large hand with long, thin, vice-like fingers wrapping the covers around my skull, its nails imprinted upon me like razor-sharp ridges. I managed to slide down into the gap between the bed and the wall, quickly making my escape. Clambering and screaming out of my room, waking my family. Make no mistake, the thing in the darkness tried to smother me to death. Part 3. My fears realized. A few days ago I submitted 2 nightmarish accounts from my childhood. Perhaps you best read them to truly comprehend what has befallen me. I had been compelled to silence, gripped by the irrational fear that somehow, even after all these years, should I speak of it, that those things would seek me out once again and wreak havoc on my life. In the name of science and reason, I confront those fears and set out to vanquish those tormented memories once and for all by sharing them with others, exposing them for what I believe they were, the delusions of a troubled child. I held on to my skepticism and rationality for dear life. I've allowed them to define me, but this morning I was presented with verifiable physical evidence of what I do not know, but it cannot be ignored, and it seems strange a feeling of impending doom consumed my every thought. While sleep did come to me, rest did not. Each morning I woke, my nerves on edge, as if deprived of sleep for an age. Nothing overtly frightening happened during the first few nights. No visitations, no unwelcome bedfellows, no wheezing breaths reaching out from the deep within my bedroom walls. But I had that distantly familiar feeling of not being alone. Do not misunderstand. I did not sense someone in the room with me. I did not hear, smell, or feel anything remotely supernatural, but thought out my days and nights. I sensed something subtle, almost on the periphery of my awareness. The feeling that something is on its way, something is coming. The first few stagnant blasts of air from a subway tunnel, heralding the arrival of a lurching, unstoppable monstrosity, surprising yet expected. My sense of unease grew with each passing day, pushing its way under my skin, deep into my mind. Like some of the cancerous infections, I tried to focus my attention on various writing projects in a vain attempt to fill my mind up to the brim with only other thoughts, hopefully leaving no room for those contaminated memories, but those thoughts came to me nonetheless. My anxiety gained momentum until I could think of nothing less. I had to do something. I studied psychology for years at university. With this, I knew that anxiety is often the result of a loss of control, and that one of the most effective ways to combat it is to empower oneself. This is what I intended to do. Call it foolhardy. I don't give a shit. But I was going to go back to that place, that house, where those terrible events took place. I was going to confront my fears. It was hours drive to my old house, but it was one filled with elation. I was confident, at ease, happy. I was going to defeat my fears. I was in control now. I was going to get my life back completely. I was going to show that place I had feared my entire life that it was nothing but an average, humdrum, harmless little suburban house. Gleefully negotiating the country roads, then motorway, I made it. Gradually the streets began to take a familiar appearance. Memories of playing in the neighborhood came flooding back to me. Playing in the park, on my favorite slides and ash pitch, or we used to play football. My schoolyard filled with hide-and-seek and friendships long since abandoned but never forgotten. My mind wandered through those memories like a prodigal son walking home. I was pulling into the street where I once lived. The road was long and disappeared far into the distance, but finally entering into a sharp blind turn, it was an old neighborhood, and had been planned and built long before the advent of the car. This is evident by the narrowness of the roads, creating a strangely claustrophobic feeling, as if the houses on each side rose up, leering at passerbys. Slowed my speed, checking over each house. It was a uniform place, with every house looking not dissimilar. But my heart suddenly began to beat faster as a cold chill crawled up my spine. There was the house. It was late afternoon and the street was quiet, empty, lonely. I stared at that little place, wondering how much of an ordinary home could have instilled so initially he'd only look at the house from afar. That wasn't going to happen. I got in my car, walked towards that old metal gate. Its once bright floral shapes now darkened by age, flaking deep green paint, revealing nothing but rust beneath. I walked along the path. I was shocked at how disused the garden had actually been. I thought to myself, such a waste of good lawn. Thank God it was unoccupied, but a shudder crept through me again. My anxiety rose. But I had a mantra ready. Quote, the simplest of explanations is usually the correct one. I'm a scientist now, and most of what I think is very rational. I assume that due to the current economic climate, the house had probably just been on the market for some time. I guess, assumed that the current economic climate, the house had probably just been on the market for a while, and the owner wasn't too aware of the old sentiment that the first bite is with the eye. But as I look around, I could see no for sale sign, no to let sign. It genuinely seemed as though this house had been forgotten, abandoned, and left to rot. The windows at the front of the house were filthy and, as such, almost impossible to see through. But as I wandered around the back of the building, I could see more clearly inside. I would have imagined that a house such as this one would be empty, but on the contrary, it was entirely occupied. Occupied by the trappings of a modern life. I could see a television sitting in the living room, a coffee table with magazines strewn across, various pieces of furniture sitting as if ready to be used, and a couple cups of coffee sitting on the windowsill, still full, covered in mold. I would have thought the house was lived in if it was not for a thick layer of dust lying over everything inside, accompanied by quite a few strewn spider webs. It was so odd, it seemed as though the most recent occupants had left in a hurry, and they never returned. Clambering through a sea of waist-high grass and bushes, I eventually arrived at the innocuous little window at the back of the house. The very sight of it frightened me, but this was merely a memory and not the strange feeling of being watched from within as I had experienced as a child. I peered in the room, which looked eerily familiar. I suppose there is little that can be done with a room so small and oddly narrow, but through the dirt-covered glass, the room almost looked unchanged from when I had slept in it. A bed, a set of drawers, and what looked like an assortment of toys on the floor. No way. We could not have been the last occupants of this house. A profound sense of anger washed over me momentarily, but I shook it quickly from my mind. This wasn't my room. This was clearly that of a child's, and the thought of that thing harming another innocent filled me with contempt for such a thought. And within me swelled the desire to protect any child for such an abomination. But I continued to gaze at the wall of which a bed lay alongside it. The hairs on the back of my neck was for only the slightest. I thought I saw the blanket on top of the bed move. More than that, though, the window pane, I could have sworn I heard wheezing, gasping, coughing, gasping, breaths of air being taken. Closing my eyes tightly, I repeated another scientific mantra. Science does not owe its debts to imagination. Opening my eyes, I saw nothing but an empty bedroom. No foul spirits, no unearthly things, just a room. No more, no less. I breathed a sigh of relief as that all it was well worth the world for the first time in many days. You may think that it was wishful thinking, but I genuinely felt that I had shown myself that there was nothing to be scared of, other than my overactive, crazy child imagination. The sun was setting behind me and the darkness was falling. I wanted to be home before the night. Filled with confidence now that my anxieties were behind me, there was one last thing I needed to do. When we had left that house, we did so in such a hurry. As a child, it was disorienting, even frightening to leave everything I knew behind. But there was one thing left, which I always wondered about. At the bottom of the garden stood a sycamore tree, which looked to be even older than the house. I was amazed at how unchanged it was. I had grown up, gone on, in pastures that were new, but the old sycamore still stood wise, warm, and almost friendly in its appearance. I think it's a rite of passage for any child to have a place to hide things. It's often their first experience with independence, something removed from any authority figure. For me, my stash was halfway up the old sycamore. I'm sure I must have looked like a fool, but I happily and with glee climbed the tree with abandon. The configuration of branches had changed in places, but overall the happy memories of playing amongst the limbs of the old sycamore, of having a little piece of the world to myself away from everyone else, seemed vivid, as it was remarkable how much remained unchanged. Halfway up, I caught my breath and smiled to myself. In the central trunk of the tree lay a hollow, whether it had been created by an animal or perhaps the tug of a gale on a weakened branch. Many, many years ago, I do not know, but it was where I kept things. If I found something which I was sure would be taken from me for being inappropriate, into the hollow it would go. The truth is, though, that the majority of these items were not very interesting, mostly just toys and rarely exotic pieces of contraband like a slingshot or some smoke bombs. I had no reason to hide the toys, but when I was young it felt adventurous to have a secret. The hollow was dark and filled halfway with rotting leaves. No doubt deposited there from countless autumns. Nevertheless, I reached deep inside to see what remained. I couldn't believe it. I had found a toy that I had hidden there before we moved all those years ago. I could feel the plastic in my hand, its sharp edges unmistakable, but the leaves and darkness of the hollow obscured its view for me as I struggled to remove it from the thick, wet mixture of rotting leaves and rainwater. It seemed to be caught amongst a collection of small twigs. Well, let me inform you, I was so excited to find this toy because I knew when we moved that I had left one of my favorite toys behind. A plastic First World War British soldier. To you it may not sound like much, but I'd grown up on my family's stories of my grandfather's adventures during both the wars, and while he passed away before I was born, I would often act out exaggerated versions of the stories with this small toy soldier in the role of the hero, my intrepid grandfather. At the time I thought a hollow tree, or a hollow in the tree, the perfect hiding place for a soldier. To my delight, however, quickly turned to horror. I felt sick to my stomach, for as I pulled the soldier out, I realized it was not my toy, but something else entirely, stuffed into the back of the hollow amongst the sludge, and now in my hand was the skeletal remains of an animal. The bones crunched together in my grip as the view. Small flakes of hair and flesh left on it putrefied between my fingers. Honestly, I almost lost my balance as the rotten and potent smell of death escaped through my moist grasp, invading my senses. I carefully climbed back down, dejected. There was nothing else in the hollow. My toy was gone, probably taken by another child during the subsequent years. What remained of the poor animal I buried under some loose earth in the garden. I left immediately. Despite my unfortunate encounter in the hollow, I still felt empowered that I had actually plucked up the courage to revisit that place, to see how ordinary it really was. Made me feel in control once more of my faculties. I did not at the time require anything other than a conventional explanation. I said goodbye to the old neighborhood, to that terrible memory once and for all, and began to make my way home. By the time I had driven onto the motorway, something had begun to filter through the back of my subconscious. At first I disregarded it, dismissing it as my imagination, but as the sun shone its last and dipped below the horizon, I sensed the growing of a compulsion in me, an idea which seemed to have been born and nurtured for no good reason. Oh God, I must get home. There was no rationale, no sound casual footing, but one which had to be followed at all cost. I increased my speed, trying to get to my home, zipping sporadically between the slower cars on the motorway, looking in the rear view mirror, keeping an eye on what might be following me. I had to get home. Again I drove faster, 70, 80, 100 miles per hour. I tore along the road, beeped, I yelled. The sweat lashed off of me. What was happening? Please, 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 just let me go home. White-knuckled, I finally made it off the motorway and onto the country roads, which would lead directly to my town. The roads were narrow and wound around the now bleak and ominous countryside. Darkness seemed to blanket the road in front of me. I turned my full beam on and breathed a sigh of relief to see a bright light again, even if it was only artificial. The manic anxiety which had seemed to grip me on the motorway appeared to have diminished. However, I still glared into the rearview mirror more often than I should have, just to make sure that there was nothing following me. What a ridiculous thought, to think of something chasing my car, to put myself and others in danger by speeding down a busy motorway. This is madness. Madness or not, I felt compelled to get away as quickly as possible, and even though I had managed to collect my nerves, the loneliness of the road I was on fueled my yearning for my own town, my own street, my own bed. Nervously, I traversed the web-like winding road which seared through the countryside, feeling relieved at the first sight of a lamppost, civilization, and the boundaries of my town. I pulled up outside my house, switched the engine off, and sat for a moment in silence. I had to stop this nonsense. It was really becoming overwhelming, taking over my life. Things coming out of walls, watchers smothering me at night, looking into someone's window like a prowler. All of this was lunacy. Tomorrow's a new day, and I would start fresh. No more writing about my childhood experiences, no more reliving dread-filled nights. I'm gonna get back to normal, carrying out my work, spending time with my girlfriend, and most of all, reaffirming my belief, faith, and confidence in science and rationality. Then the thing in the back seat leaned over, grabbed me by the shoulder, and breathed a foul, rancid breath from deep inside its lungs down to the back of my neck. I scrambled as fast as I could for the door, my arms flailing around looking for the lock. Fear possessed me, shook me, a fear I remembered all too well. A fear from all those years ago, lying awake at night in that sickening room. The inside of the car had grown cold, but that was nothing compared to the icy, razor-like fingers burrowing into my shoulder. I honestly thought I was going to die, that this thing would finally get its way after all this time. The door handle popped in my panic grip, and I fell out of the driver's seat onto the pavement. For the briefest of moments, I thought I caught a glimpse of something in the back seat. Vague, the form of an old man, yet distorted, twisted, grinning from ear to ear, sickly. Luckily, there was no one around, as I had been there. I would have appeared a mad fool, for the car was empty. I grabbed the keys from the ignition and booted the door shut with my foot, locking it for the night. Staggering down the path and into my house, I am not gonna lie to you, but I drank myself to sleep. You may recall that I had said I had actual physical evidence of something unnatural. You might be curious or wondering what that so-called scientific evidence is. Well, I could say that it was the marks on my shoulder that made me shudder with fear, or I could tell you that my bedroom door, as I opened it and looked through the window lying prized open this morning by what looked like claw marks, has left me dreading tonight and every other. But none of that scared me as much as what I saw today upon walking. Sometimes the most frightening of messages are the most simple, for lying on my chest as I woke this morning was a toy soldier. This soldier I had hidden in that hollow all those years ago returned to me as an adult, bitten in half. Part 4. Something wicked this way comes. Last night was the most heart-wrenching and frightening of my life, so much that I can barely bring myself to contemplate exactly what happened. But now I will have to submit what occurred during my visit to that cursed place I once called my home, a visit which heralded the return of my childhood fears. I would say return of your childhood demon. No matter what foul thing befell me then, nothing could have prepared me for last night. As I slept fairly soundly, I woke up to the chilling sight of that toy soldier bitten in half. I found that the window to my bedroom was slightly ajar. On closer inspection, it looked entirely as if the window had been prized open from outside. The latches were bent back out of position as if it was subjected to an unrestricted, unbound brute force. But I never heard it in my sleep. From the outside looking in, I could see 3 indentations where the unwelcome housebreaker had used some kind of tool to leverage the window unnaturally away from its latch. But what was peculiar about those markings was that they seemed to cut across the outside of the window frame like an old, uneven razor, unlike a crowbar or any other implement which would have merely left a dent where it had been used as a wedge to force the window open. Nothing was stolen. I attempted to rationalize the markings on the window as human-made and not claw-like, which they appeared to me. The toy soldier returned to me so violently I could not explain. My heart sank at the very thought of it. I knew it was a message, but it seemed to be more of a twisted, sick joke, announcing the arrival of my childhood predator rather than something to be puzzled over or interpreted. I spent the morning checking each room of my house and its contents. Again, nothing missing. I could only hope that whatever that fiend had been in the back seat of my car the previous night, that it had only wished to frighten me one last time and be on its way. Perhaps its reach would be weakened so far from my childhood bedroom. I don't know. It's all too easy for any sane person to persuade themselves that a traumatic event is actually something benign. But in this instance, I could not. That broken toy was not a joke, but a promise. A promise that this thing would return for what I did not wish to know. Naturally, my thoughts tumbled inward and back to those terrifying nights I had as a child. I had reintroduced myself to the apprehension of bedtime, the longing for the day, and the anxiety of Like an old, restless enemy, my fear grew throughout the day, festering inside of me, leading to strange, ominous thoughts about the consequences of unwittingly bringing that thing home. Do not misunderstand me. My fear was not simply my own, and it was not only for my safety. As a child, I believed that my night visitor was transfixed and consumed by his desires for me, but I did not feel that my loved ones were in danger. This, however, has changed. I did worry. This time I feel nothing but fear for my loved ones, because you see, I do not live alone. My girlfriend and I moved in together 2 years ago. I have caused enough damage now that I do not wish to speak her name. I will simply be referring to her as Mary. Mary and I have a happy existence. And in all honesty and in truth, we were very much in love. This coming Christmas morning I was going to propose to her, but that beautiful moment was now bitterly taken away from me by that rancid entity, abomination. I knew that Mary would be home that evening. She works in events and promotions, and as a result is often away from home for days at a time. She travels around the country coordinating various conferences and exhibitions. I do not complain, as she and I both know that I am a solitary character, and that the odd few days of solitude normally do me good, allowing me to dive headlong into my writing, absorbing each and every word, undisturbed. Of course, despite all this, I always miss her, and with the events of the past week, reliving those torturous nights and then allowing them to return, I have missed her far more acutely than I ever previously did. Mary arrived at around 6 p.m. and I greeted her with a smile and a warm embrace and a passionate kiss. I tried to hide my perturbed state of mind from her, but Mary knows me better than anyone I've ever met, and immediately inquired, "Honey, what's wrong?" Oh, I can't even tell you how I tripped and fumbled through my words as I explained to her that I had written a story of my childhood, and that exploring those dark, twisted memories had left me distraught. Mary has an incredibly caring nature, and she immediately laid her suitcase and bags on the floor, sat me down on her couch, and with her soft, gentle way, asked me to talk about the whole ordeal. But I couldn't. I wouldn't do that to her. I couldn't mention this thing, this wretched thing that had tormented me all these years, how it had found its way to our home because of me, an invisible and twisted invader which had been led here by my idiotic curiosity. At the time, I felt that she would think me mad, but now, how I wish I had told her the truth. If there is one thing more damaging to a relationship than a lie, it is a half-truth. Not because it's deceitful, but because it is a corruption of the truth, perverted and abused to suit the teller's needs. I told her my half-truth. I told her about the story, my side, that of the thing in the narrow room, the watcher at the end of the bed, my imagination as a child neglected to talk, experiences of returning to the scene of those depraved crimes, knowing that she would see the damaged window latch and claw marks. I spun my web as I told a grand tale about waking up to a burglar attempting to break into our house. Obviously, I made myself out to be quite the hero. I lied to her, and she showed me great sympathy and kindness for my deception. I was embarrassed by the truth. I'm ashamed of my lie now. If I had been truthful, then perhaps my lie, dishonesty, half-truth, and put a wedge between us. The events of last night desecrated the most important thing in the world to me, Mary. The evening set itself upon me, and night came. It arrived in all its bleakness and was unwelcome. I lay paralyzed in the darkness, waiting. Mary, sound asleep next to me, each breath a soothing reminder of companionship. But despite my growing aversion to loneliness, I would have no sleep that night. I knew from experience that when my uninvited guest would show up, it would do so subtly, increasing its grip on me with each visitation as if it requiring time to build up its strength, a leech feeding on my fear. My nerves kept me on edge. I fought back the oncoming onslaught of sleep admirably. In the end, biology won, and as my bedside clock lumbered towards 4 a.m., sleep embraced me. The relaxing blanket of the night, oblivion, anxiety washed away. A worry is a distant memory sinking deeper into the soft mattress below and finally into a long sought for rest. But sleep, as we know, no matter how deep, is rarely all-encompassing. For as I hovered over the cusp of a dream, something began to bother me. Something invasive yet distant. My eyes opened slowly. I allowed them to adjust to the darkness. Mary, sound asleep, calmed me just by listening to her breathing. Inhale was followed by exhale again and again. Rhythmically, hypnotically, I began to drift towards sleep once more. But no. See, there it was, something else, distinct yet undefined. Distant, out of the way, obscured, smothered, as if coming from behind something. I strained my ears and attempted to find it, but it was all too quiet. I remained at the bed for a few more minutes. With each passing second, that almost inaudible sound grated on me like broken glass on a raw nerve. I now was awake, and with much frustration I decided to reluctantly investigate the source of this noise. I listened intently, sitting up in bed, unlike any other sound I had ever heard. Quiet, low, but as my mind adjusted to the noise, I slowly began to piece its nature together. Most certainly obscured by something, but the closest thing I could relate it to was a repetitive murmur. I heard something similar previously when I was a child. I had visited my grandmother in a nursing home, a place which had left an impression on me. And seeing wandering residents confused and of a fractured mind meandering around the grounds like lost inmates, murmuring repetitively to themselves of days gone past, repeating nonsensical phrases and words. This is what it reminded me of. A continuous stream of indecipherable words uttered by someone that throws some confusion. I turned to check on Mary. I carefully watched her chest rise and fall with each breath. assured that she was undisturbed, I left the bed. As soon as I stood up, I recognized immediately that murmuring was louder. While it was dark in the room, I had left a light on in the hall, as I always do, which crept under the door and allowed me to view the room in a dim but visible way. I looked around to see if anything was out of place, but the room appeared as expected. My mind ambled back to that night as a child, when noises could be heard from unseen yet ever-present menace. Stepping forward, noise grew louder. Oh, it was old, this noise, this raspy, weird deciphering. I don't know, trying to decipher the words, scratched by elderly age with a harsh, guttural undertone. The words, repeated at a frantic pace, seemed anxious yet muffled by some unknown barrier. I was terrified, frightened. I drew strength from Mary being in the room, and with a deep breath filled with trepidation, I took another slow, silent step forward, my bare feet cushioned by the cold floor below. The voice came again, louder. I swear I was imagining it, but I wasn't sure. I could have sworn that it had become more agitated as I drew closer. The next step I took shook me to my very core, for as that murmuring, garbled voice grew louder still amongst the rambling, graveling sound of it, I heard a word. A word which shot an icy shudder through my bones, a word to be feared. It spoke. My name, dear God. It knew my name. To me it was as if knowing who I was somehow endowed that thing in unlimited reach. I may never be rid of it, that it could kill me at any moment. Something caught my eye, of movement accompanied by a ruffle of cloth. I knew now where that rhythmic, agitated voice originated. I knew now why it was muffled and difficult to decipher. I could see it now, only a few feet in front of me, standing behind the closed curtains. The moon was in its ascendancy outside, and while its glimmer could not entirely penetrate the thick cloth, it could barely and faintly outline the thing watching between my window and the curtains. I cannot now convey the strangeness that overcame me. Anxiety, terror, heightened by an unusual compulsion, an untimely sense of purpose took over me. I had to see it. I had to know what it was, what it looked like. I took another tentative step towards the curtains. They swayed slightly as if caught by a breeze, but I could not tell whether the movement had been caught by myself or the hand of that thing hiding behind a shroud of cloth. I was now close enough to hear its labored breathing, the displacement of fluid at the back of his throat palpable with each inhalation. This was it. I was going to confront this monstrosity from my past. The tormentor of children, this coward. I raised my right hand slowly, accidentally touched the fabric of the curtain, causing a subtle ripple which parted them momentarily. I gasped, for though the temporary slit only for a moment, I saw it. My God, how can I describe what was standing there even now? I closed my eyes wish I should erase it from my memory. It shivered and shook as it continued to murmur, repeating some indecipherable phrase sounding like a bizarre mixture of numerous languages. Its emaciated skin stretched over an unnatural frame of brittle, prominent bones, vertebrae, ribs, and other inner workings, almost protruding through its paper-thin, pale liquidity, pink, and almost bruised-looking husk. As malnourished as it appeared, the stomach was distended in places, and its bony appearance did nothing to diminish the feeling that it was capable of exerting itself with brute, perverted force on any of its victims. Thick feeling of vomit swelled from my stomach into my throat. A tainted, offensive smell fumed and filled the air. The smell of death, I suppose. As it murmured and whispered in the darkness through what sounded like broken, fractured teeth, I could not help but feel pity for this wretch, quivering in the night as if victim of a long starvation. I quickly came to my senses. And I saw what was standing there. I raised my hand to draw out the curtain, but something caught my attention. Its incessantly confused, gravelly, and inarticulate whisper squeezed through that broken mouth and uttered the three most terrifying words I'd ever heard. Look behind you. A cold breath slid down the back of my neck. I froze momentarily. But with Mary sleeping soundly in the same room as that thing, shielding someone I loved from that wretch was my only thought. I slowly turned around, and I could hear the wheezing, gasping, groaning of air. At a quarter turn, I could smell its breath, a stench of death so thick it hung in the air, plague-like and foul. Then I heard another voice. It was not that horror in the darkness, but Mary. She let out a scream which startled and distressed me to my very core, a scream which haunted me for the rest of my life. I turned quickly and laid eyes on it, but it wasn't behind me. It was on the bed. It writhed and rasped, wheezing in delight. Oh, its bony spine curved with the anguish of countless years, protruding through a ragged, torn piece of cloth, hung loosely over its torso in a vain attempt to appear almost human. But my question, is it human? Was it human? Had it once been human? Or is this thing something so vile, so despicable, so utterly and sorrowfully contemptible that no man or woman could ever attempt to quantify or understand it? I sprung forward towards it, grabbing, hitting, pulling at the thing with every ounce of strength, its loose skin slipping through my hands. It squeezed and forced Mary's face into her pillow with glee as its other limbs arched and contorted, tearing at her nightdress, running its long, starved fingers over her naked body with its sordid caress. Mary's screams were muffled by the pillow as I began to fear that she was being suffocated. I yelled, I shouted, I screamed, I pleaded with that thing to leave her alone, to take me instead, to do anything it wanted. But the only served to animate the fiend to even greater depths of depravity. The thing was hurting her, cutting her, my beautiful Mary. frame belied its overpowering strength. I watched in sickly disbelief as it began to run its cadaverous fingers through Mary's hair slowly and almost with a sick affection. I could see now, hear the twisting, cracking of bones, popping of cartilage, the snapping of tendons. Thank God it was not coming from Mary. I was now on its back with my arms wrapped around its throat, my chin rubbing against the abrasive skin of its shoulder as its spine dug sharply into my stomach. It twisted its head in an entirely inhuman way. Its neck clicked, and groaned under the strain with every arthritic movement, as if entered by 1,000 years of rigor mortis. It was now looking at me. I have heard it often said of some people they cannot see the forest for the trees. But now I truly appreciate that sentiment. So close was I to its black, icy stare that I could not take its surrounding features. I increased my grip, swearing, screaming I would have torn its throat if I could. But it was all in vain. It continued to run its scrawny fingers through Mary's hair, nonchalantly while looking at me. I don't think I will ever truly recover from the sound which seeped out through what I assumed to be an approximation of a grin, a wheezing sigh, a grunt, something which sounded very close to a sinister, otherworldly laugh. As its face touched mine, its eyes stared deep into my soul. I could not even see my reflection. 2 looking glasses into a sanctuary for the dark, devoid of light, happiness, and love. It was staring as if it wished to say something, as if it was trying to communicate a simple idea to me. Malice. With a retching, stuttered, and violent movement, it tore an entire fistful of hair from Mary's head, leaving behind it an opened wound. Then it was gone. Mary did not scream. She merely whimpered. I turned the bed lamp on, but no words of care or sympathy could console her. She wept uncontrollably. The bed was soaked in blood which had seeped out from the numerous scratches on her back, and large cut or an entire section of her hair had once been. I hugged her and told her that everything would be all right, and she stared at me. Looking at her tear-filled eyes, I knew that she thought her thoughts immediately. She thought I attacked her, that I had done those horrible things to her. All of the experience I have had, the look of betrayal, disgust, and contempt on Mary's face will remain the most painful. She is gone. After composing herself, she gathered up her things and left. I was desperate. I tried to explain, tell her everything that had happened, but she would not listen now. Who would believe such a preposterous story? She simply said that she would not call the police, but that if I ever attempted to contact her again, she would. To her, I was the aggressor, not that thing. As she left, she turned to look at me one last time, burst into tears. I've lost her forever. The woman I love more than anything on this earth thinks I'm a violently hideous human being. If only she could understand that whatever did this, that it left me. I'm sorry, it was 5 a.m. My eyes are getting tired, I think. When Mary left me, it's 9 a.m. now. I am sitting here in the cold light of day at my kitchen table, writing this so that there is some record of what has transpired, so people will know, that Mary will know, that whatever happens, that whatever occurs from here on in, that it was the despicable creature from my childhood, from that cursed narrow room of all those years ago, which rained this misery down upon me, upon us. I must now dispense with the sentiment. I could easily sit here mourning the loss of my relationship with Mary, or I could allow myself to be overcome with fear and to do nothing, but that simply will not do. I can hear the laughter of my neighbor's children, actually outside, at different stages in my life. I remember that same feeling of joy and happiness from something as simple as playing with my friends, climbing a tree, kissing the woman you love, or even drifting off to sleep at bedtime to dream of what could be in the safety of a happy home. Memories, only memories. I fear I will never experience happiness again. This has broken me, but I'm resolute. Whatever the hideous wretch is in store, whatever it desires to do with me, I will not allow the thing to harm another person, or to invade another child's life as it did mine all those years ago. I must leave you all now, as there is much to be done before it gets dark, before it returns. My plans are made, and my luck will succeed. Hopefully. I wish I could say we will speak again, but I think this is unlikely. I hope you understand what must be done, because tonight I'm going to kill it. Part 5. Sleep tight. Shaking as I write this, I was released by the police less than 2 hours ago. I am compelled to record the events of the past day and night as quickly as and as accurately as possible. In some ways I want to forget, but I know that I cannot. I know that I should not. For my own sanity, I must divulge what has happened. It is far too important by the mechanical, rational nature of the world. Once again, these words should serve to remind me that what is unseen is both mysterious and frightening. After Mary left, I knew that I had lost her forever, but rather than be consumed by depression and inaction, I was invigorated by one purpose, by one thought, by one idea that I knew I had to carry out. I had to destroy that thing. I could not allow it to hurt anybody else I loved, or desecrate the innocence of another child. I also knew that I faced death, but feeling that I had already lost everything, that was a small price to pay. It is said that revenge is a dish best served cold, but having waited my entire adult life to be rid of this thing, its memory, and the shadow that it had cast upon me, I met the proposition of killing this fiend, this corrupt, perverted demon force, with a smile on my face. Tonight it would be dead, even if I had to drag it to hell with me. Busying myself for the next few hours, I packed a bag, wrote a letter to Mary and my family explaining what had happened and that they were not to blame. I phoned my mother and father, then my brother, just to hear their voices one last time. But I did not let on that I thought I may never speak to them again. My mother's intuition led her to ask if everything was all right. I smiled and told her I loved her before reluctantly saying goodbye. It is now 7 o'clock. when I made my way out to the car. The sun had already set, and the street seemed eerily quiet, as if the scene of an unattended funeral. As if it was my funeral, possibly. I don't know. I'm a scientist. I'm now questioning all sorts of theories. I sat in the driver's seat, leaning the door on the other side open, awaiting my most unwelcome passenger. By 9 o'clock, nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. The place remained deserted, and the cold night air flowing through the open door was beginning to bite. As I sat there, contemplation echoed through my mind. I ruminated on the nature of this cadaverous parasite. One question rose out of a sea of thoughts, towering above all else, unmoving and continuous. Can you kill something which is already dead? I do not know. I guess if not, I will re-evaluate my plan, and there it was. Settle it first. But there was a small, almost indistinguishable shift in the suspension of the car. Had it been any other circumstance, I would have put this down to a gust of wind pushing and pulling at the chassis, but it was all too familiar. A certain specific feeling from all those years ago, as the bunk bed would shift slightly with that thing climbing into the bottom. I knew it's a foul calling card. The air grew dense, as if contaminated by some nearby corpse. It was now in the car with me. I could not see it, but nonetheless, it was there. I heard the slightest whisper of breaths from the back seat. I leaned over and calmly closed the passenger door, turned the key in the ignition. As I pulled out of the street, I could have sworn I heard a quiet yet distinctly malicious snicker, as of something mocking me. Didn't know what I had planned. Our destination was not far, but the roaming hills through which our taken country back roads penetrated rose up and diminished with regularity, a stark reminder of the ominous isolation of night. Occasionally on the way I could hear something from behind, but I refused to listen. Then the irony hit me. I was worried about scaring off the same thing which had terrified and tortured me as a child. I had to be resilient, and so I drove carefully and calmly through the countryside, swamped by darkness, hoping that my unearthly passenger would not suspect what I was about to do. Then I arrived. The wheels of the car struggled and slid on the undergrowth as I headed off the narrow country road. The landscape had opened up as I looked at the broken and rotting trees around me. I felt it fitting to come to this bleak place in the cold of the night to destroy the bleakest of things. The land suddenly came to an abrupt end, a cliff edged out from an old quarry. Looking deep into the black waters of the lake below, the edge was relatively flat and had in fact at one time housed a road which had subsided into the lake decades earlier. The local kids would tell stories about the vengeful ghosts of those who killed during the subsidence, but they were just stories. Or perhaps they weren't. In the past I would have disregarded such silly tales, but who would believe mine if I told it them now? I switched the engine off and parked several meters away from the cliff's edge. switched off all the lights. I composed myself for what would come. I sat in the car for what seemed like a lifetime. I waited. The only thing was this thing was smart. Of that there was no doubt. It had toyed with me since I was a child. It had tormented me. It had caused me great pain, as only a coldly frozen intellect could. For this reason I knew it would suspect me, perhaps fleeing from the car. Maybe I parked too close to the cliff's edge. I had to wait for it to attack, let it feed, let it reveal, and gorge itself on me. Perhaps then it would not notice as I slowly plunged the car into that dark, icy water below. I was going to drown the bastard. But I waited. Then I heard it. After thinking it would never come. It was slowly at first, and then increasing in rate and volume, a rasping, wheezing breath from behind me. Strangely, it sounded more labored than before. Each breath a struggle filled with fluid, rotten and decayed. Shiver ran up my spine. Rank, foul smell began to fill the air. The breath drew closer from behind, and the rancid air began to increase. My heart began to race, beating hard and fast as I looked up and saw the windscreen begin to ice up from inside. I could see my breath, a natural thing indeed, but what was unnatural was the breath visibly moving across my face from the side. I turned slowly. I so desperately wanted to cry, I wanted to leave, run into the night, but I had to stay. I could not allow it to escape. It was now sitting in the passenger side, staring at me. In darkness, contorted, gaunt hands seized as if fighting rigor mortis. It slowly moved onto me, one bony leg cracked and groaned as it slid over my lap and onto the other side. Oh God, it was sitting on me. It pulled itself close to me, and through a shard of light providing by the moon, I saw its face. Hanging skin, jagged features, glassy eyes stared deep into me as its grin spread up through its face, unnaturally wide as a result of its half-rotten flesh, exposing the rotten muscles, broken teeth, and sinews of its rancids. Beneath, pulling closer, it opened its mouth, revealing wet, putrid tongue, which could be seen through the part of its missing jaw. Wheezing, breathing heavily, a foul stench stung my eyes, made me want to retch. It filled my mouth, elicited a response from me as I did retch, my body attempting to expel its poisonous fumes. As it did so, it stopped for a moment, and then cackled to itself, happy, content. But it was strong, incredibly strong, but it had seemed as though it had lost some of its potency. Perhaps leaving the elongated room had somehow affected it. Protruding fingers caressed my face. The show of intent, it stuck one of them deep into my shoulder. I screamed as it bent and twisted inside of me, the rotting fiend moving its finger to cause the maximum amount of damage and pain it could. As it did so, its other hand slid down against my body. It touched me. It was mine. With my free arm, I turned on the ignition, and though my shoulder was still pinned to the seat, I managed to fight through the pain, put the car in gear, and took off as fast as I could. race towards the edge of the cliff and eyed the driver's door frantically as we neared our icy plunge. I screamed in anger at its festering, rancid face, pushed it off me. It scrambled into the back seat for dear life. As I scrambled for mine by unlocking the car door, it was too late. The car reared over the cliff face, and before I knew it, we hit the dark water, splitting the black glass-like surface with tremendous force. I should have died, but an airbag took the brunt of the impact, although I still managed to scrape my head across the door frame. Dazed, I looked around. The sound that I heard coming from the thing was malformed yet familiar. The squeal of some demonic child's own gave way to the anguish rage of an ancient intelligence which knew that it faced almost certain death. The water was frozen and poured in, the now twisted open car door with such force that it winded me. I gasped for air as my unwilling prey now did too. It writhed and twisted as it looked for an exit, spying the open door. It pulled itself through the water towards me. I curled up my fists and smashed into it. Pieces of rotten flesh flaked off under the impact of my hand hitting its face as a dark black liquid oozed from the resulting wound. It attempted again to get over me. I held my breath. I was ready to suffocate and die. But as I struggled with that thing, trying to get past me through the door, grabbing and flailing with arms, I looked down and saw it. Its leg was trapped between the dashboard and the floor of the car by the impact of the fall, and although it could move, it could not leave. I turned immediately for the door. I could barely see but a foot in front of me in that black water, but that was enough. There was enough moonlight to light my way. Just as I got to the door, the wretch grabbed hold of me and pulled me back in. I had given up all hope of escaping, but it wanted to drown with me. We fought and sank deeper and deeper into the darkness. I could now feel my body dying. I wanted to exhale. I wanted to gasp for air and then inhale the frozen water. I used my wits to get out of such horrible fate. I orientated my body. I pushed my feet against the dashboard enough to force to at last escape its slippery grasp. I do not remember much else, bar the anguish and hate-filled scream that my tormentor let out as I left it to die at the bottom of the icy lake. I was walking through the wilderness, cold, wet, but alive. The wound in my shoulder slowed me down, but I kept the bleeding at bay. I'm amazed that I did not collapse from exhaustion. When I saw the familiar sight of the street that I lived on, I was filled with a sense of accomplishment, a sense of pride and triumph. I had beaten that thing once and for all. That is, until I went inside my house and found a trail of large, wet footprints leading from the front door to my bed. Despair, disbelief was so sharp and overwhelming, I'm unable to convey with mere words. That thing was lying on my bed, waiting, a white sheet covering its emaciated body from sight. The human mind is a wonderful thing. Just as you believe your body has reached a level of exhaustion that it cannot recover from, your emotions are so frayed that you feel you cannot continue. A thought springs as if miraculous from a weary mind. Let it rest for now. I got undressed and went into the spare room, laid down, closed my eyes. I pretended to be sound asleep. Time lumbered onwards, and although I any sense of conviction as it seemed to be pissed and dripping wet from its plunge into the lake. Lying motionless, holding my breath, it shook me violently. I waited still for a shift of weight which might have let me throw it to the ground. I wanted to scream, to do anything. Oh, it spat its festering fluid onto my face, from minutes dripping down onto me through a hole in its jaw. I remained motionless, though. Then it slowly and patiently slid two of its long, descended fingers into my mouth. The taste overwhelming, rancid, rotten death. I gagged, an instinctive reaction. In our darkest moments, we sometimes find our true strength. I rolled to the side and managed to break free, falling to the floor. Since I was a child, I had been a victim. It had terrorized me, taken my innocence, attacked Mary, and broken my life. I was done with this creature. Sometimes the most dangerous prey is the one who can outthink you, the one that lulls you into a false sense of dominance or superiority, the one who has conquered any fear of you with a sense of anger and betrayal. It had fallen into my trap, one convenienced by logic, reason, and an understanding of the world through the eyes of a scientific mind. Fire cleanses all. Oh, as it groaned, shrieked, cracked, and contorted, readying itself to pounce. I removed a blanket from the floor, revealing a bucket filled with gasoline, which I had brought in the short time of preparation. I threw it as hard as I could, liquid splashing all over the horror in the bed. I pulled a lighter from my pocket and set it on fire. It I pulled out the lighter from my pocket, lit it, and threw it into that wretched thing. It writhed in agony, parts of it, its flesh crumbling away, searing into nothing in front of my very eyes. Oddly, I almost felt sorry for it. Let it burn. The fire got out of hand. Thankfully, a neighbor heard the screams and saw the smoke, calling the fire brigade. I remember nothing of how I escaped. I spent several hours in the hospital treated for light smoke inhalation and painful burns to my hand. It still hurts as I type, but as with many superficial wounds, they will heal. Perhaps there will be a scar, but I can live with that. The police arrested me shortly afterwards, believing me a murderer. They suspected that I killed someone in the fire and find it entirely suspicious that I have a deep wound in my shoulder and scratches all over my body. I've been told not to stray far in case they wish to ask me further questions, but they can ask away. I doubt they'll believe my answers. They found no remains nor any evidence that someone else was there, bar a strange outline of a figure etched deep into the bed and wall. It looked as though whatever had been there attempted an escape, but I don't think it accomplished it. A weight has now been lifted from my shoulders, one which I now realize is always there. Since I was a young child, I believe that this thing had an effect on me even from a distance, and now that it is gone, I feel whole again. I am extremely devastated. I lost Mary, and my house can be written off as I'd probably be charged with arson after they realize I started the fire, which means I can kiss goodbye to any insurance claims. My hands ache, as does my shoulder, but my spirit does not. I'm actually in a hotel writing this. It's small, unassuming, but suits my purpose. Tonight I intend to sleep and dream as I did as a child, before that wretched invader invaded my life. I believe that it was my rationality which saved me, my logical thought which allowed me to destroy such evil. But I will never escape the conclusion that there is much more to life beyond the veil out there in the darkness. It is a world I have seen and do not care to revisit. Tonight I will rest, and tomorrow I will rebuild my life again with the confidence that my unwelcome guest is gone forever. I can feel it, I know it. I will take time to adjust, and perhaps my mind will play a trick or two on me. It is difficult to abandon the paranoia of a lifetime. I must learn to accept that I am safe once again. I refuse to look over my shoulder for the rest of my life, but I will always be cautious, as I was when I was in the hospital this morning, lying on a bed in a quiet ward. I swear I thought I felt the bed shake for the briefest of moments, but I know that it was just my imagination. I am so happy I have written down my experiences. It has illuminated much about myself to me, and most importantly, should anyone ever, God forbid, find themselves in a similar situation, then maybe you will know what to do. But now it's bedtime and I must rest, for I've never known a weariness such as this. Good night. Good night. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Tight, sweet dreams, my friends. I love you.